The port city of Xiamen in southeast Fujian province is the host city for the 19th staging of the TotalEnergies BWF Sudirman Cup, the World Mixed Team Championships, and all the action is happening here in the Xiamen Fenghuang Gymnasium. 8 days of competition in total with 16 teams here in Xiamen, and those teams have been divided into 4 groups of 4. Now that is the magnificent Sudirman Cup trophy that the teams are playing for. Stands 80 centimetres tall, gold-plated solid silver. It really is one of the most iconic trophies in the sport of badminton. Well, as I was telling you, 16 teams, and for the first 5 days we have group round robin stage. Then only the top 2 teams from each of the 4 groups will progress through to the quarter-final knockout stage on Friday, before semi-finals on Saturday and then the final on Sunday. Well, only 3 different countries have ever won this competition: China, Korea and Indonesia. And those 3 teams are all seeded in this year's competition. China are the defending and 13-time champions and are once again the #1 seeds. They played yesterday and beat Algeria 5-love. Hong Kong played Thailand yesterday and they lost 5-love. And it is Group A which we will be concentrating on this evening. It is day 2 of competition and we've already had 1 session today here on court 1, and this morning Korea are now looking very good for a quarter-final place after beating Canada 4-1. So this evening, this Group A encounter between China and Hong Kong China. China, as I was saying, are the defending champions and 13-time winners of this event. They have a vastly experienced squad, including 12 players who have all been ranked #1 in the world, and 5 players who are in their 5th Sudirman Cup campaigns. The Chinese team huddle, very much a tradition now in team competitions. Hong Kong China have a blend of both youth and experience within their squad, and players such as Lee Chuk-yu, who are always capable of a major upset. So the Hong Kong China team looking just as excited as their opponents for this evening's Group A tie. Now each tie in the Sudirman Cup comprises of 5 matches, 1 of each of the 5 disciplines, and all 5 matches will be played in this group stage. Now when you look down that list of the Chinese team, every player or pair in this evening's lineup has been or is currently ranked #1. It is such a strong team. We start with mixed doubles, and Fenghuang and Wang Dongping up against Tang Chongman and Eng Si Yao. And then it's women's singles, and the Tokyo gold medalist at the Olympic Games, Chen Yunfei, against Yan Happy. And then it's men's singles, and Shi Yuqi is up against Lee Chuk-yu, who I was telling you can always spring a surprise. In fact, he won the last encounter between these 2. Then it's women's doubles, and Lu and Tan, the Olympic silver medalists, up against Li and Sang. And then we finish with men's doubles. Liang and Wang, also Olympic silver medalists, up against Peng and Liu for Hong Kong China. So to our first match of this evening, and the mixed doubles, and Fenghuang and Wang Dongping for China up against Tang Chongman and Eng Si Yao. Well, this will be a first meeting between these 2 pairs. Not altogether surprising, because the pair from Hong Kong China only reformed their partnership at the beginning of this year at the Gymnasium Open, the first of the World Tour events.
And red for you. It's red. Serve. 1 serve. They will serve. Receive. Who will receive? you. Which side? This side.
Well, I don't think they've really discussed who was going to choose what or which end before the coin toss there. Now that tells me that actually the playing conditions are pretty good. Christine and I were watching yesterday and we were struggling to really decipher initially where we thought the drift was going. We did think we figured it out in the end, but there's very little drift. Xiamen turned 27 last Thursday, 4 days ago. A belated happy birthday, young lady. 161 or 162, that's just under 5'4". They are enjoying their second week at 62 on the world ranking. And Xiamen, who turns 30 last month, born in Sha Tin in Hong Kong. Just over 5'10", and he's very recently just won gold at the Asia Championships with Si Ying Suet. In fact, he played yesterday with Si, and they lost in 3 thrilling games to Puavaranukro and Pilsonpra. Former Olympic champion Huang Dongping in her 5th Sudirman Cup campaign. Won the Olympic gold in Tokyo with former partner Wang Yilu. From this province, Fujian province, and 165 equates to 5'5". Now this Chinese pair have only played a couple of tournaments this year because they've been experimenting with swapping partnerships. Fenghuang is a very tall athlete indeed, 195, that's just under 6'5", and they are currently number 2 on the world ranking as a pair. Now they reached the final of the Malaysian Open. That was their 6th consecutive final in 6 tournaments played after the China Open of 2024. And when they lost in the final of the Malaysian Open to Puavaranukro and Pilsonpra, it ended a 24-match winning streak. And it was after that that they were split for the All England Championships. Fenghuang and Huang Dongping playing respectively with the current world number 1s, Zhang Fan and Wei Yasin. Henrik Boas of Denmark is our umpire for this one, and Latif Johari of Indonesia, the service judge. I'm Jill Clark, delighted to say that Steen Pedersen is sitting alongside me once again, and this could be an interesting match because of course the Chinese pair, as all the Chinese players this evening, are expected to win, but I think this could be tough.
Yeah, I agree. Very, very interesting match. Xiamen must be full of self-confidence with a 17-game winning streak at the moment.
Hong Kong, China, represented by Xiamen and Anxi Yao. And on my left, China, represented by Fenghuang and Huang Dongping. China to serve. Huang Dongping to Anxi Yao. Love all. Play.
So it is China, far side of the court as we're looking down. The first match of the China-Hong Kong-China tie. Well, I was mentioning that there is a little bit of drift, and Steen and I figured it out yesterday that we believe the lengthways drift is the shuttle is flying faster going towards the far side of the court as we look down now during the rallies. Ooh, ooh, I didn't like that. Seemed to hold pulled his Achilles after that slip. Two former Malaysian players on the coaching bench for Hong Kong, China. Slightly concerning, Steen, that Fenghuang has got huge strapping on, it appears, a calf muscle.
Yeah. Perhaps also the Achilles.
It's quite clear that the Chinese pair have come out and wanting to get on the attack and play a positive style of badminton right from the onset of this match.
Service over. 1-5.
Good work there by Xiamen. I guess from a Chinese perspective, this is the first really, really important tournament since the Olympic Games. So I'm very, very curious to see the form of the Chinese players here. I think they're in really good shape. Of course, barring small injuries. Hopefully it's nothing serious with Feng's calf muscle there. I don't think it is, then they wouldn't have played him in this match here.
Oh, that's a lovely block there from Oh, that's well in. Oh, it's gone long. Oh, I'm very surprised at that. Well, no wonder they're challenging. Xiamen was very quick to make the challenge there. Well, you know what I thought.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. It's going to be interesting to see the result here, but it looked as if it was in. No.
Wow. Well, maybe that drift is more than we suspected, Steen.
Yeah. And it also is a sign that we can't really give an educated guess on the far back line there. It's they're simply not in a position to do anything else than guess.
I have a feeling that Fenghuang was standing on the centre line when he served that. Oh, that's good play from Wang Dongping.
8.
Lin Dan has been standing on that line for many, many years.
Yes. Lovely placement. Steen, I was saying that China's lineup for this evening, every single player and pair that's playing for China tonight has been or is ranked #1 in the world, but beyond that as well, there's only 2 players in this evening's lineup for China who have not contested an Olympic final. One of them is on court, Fenghuang, and of course Xiamen the other.
9-2.
I mean, when you talk about a strong team, it really is quite amazing when you find those sort of statistics about them.
It is. Xiamen, the only player selected twice in this tournament. He also played yesterday.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's an entirely new team. What a good start.
10-2.
Brilliant. And Fenghuang and Huang Dongping go to the mid-game interval of this opening game with an 11-2 advantage. Just 7 minutes played. Amazing start by the Chinese pair.
(11-2). Play.
They've really got to do something, Steen, to settle themselves and get into the rallies. Any suggestions?
It's been a fierce pressure that the Chinese has put on them here in the opening stages. Look at that. Huang Dongping, she was coming forward. I think
13
at the moment tried to block it in front of Huang Dongping. I think Fenghuang has been really, really good in the flat game. If you can't do that, if she closes the net down, then yeah, that was better. But the thing is, she's not that powerful there. Look, again, Huang Dongping is sort of attacking on Xiao's smash.
Beautiful, absolutely wonderful.
That's really clever by the Chinese. So
14-2.
what I think Huang needs to do in that situation is she's got to play a couple of clears over Huang. They can't be too high so that Feng can get below it. So it's really, really a stressful situation for the Hong Kong pair at the moment.
14-2.
Because she's not getting any time and any peace at the backcourt. Xiao, whenever she's trying to attack, the Chinese are countering. So I think they've got to try and play the more regular formation with her at the net.
Well, there was an attempt to get the shuttle over Huang Dongping, but it wasn't deep enough. Off the imprecision there from Fenghuang.
3-14.
Yeah, I thought she did well there. Xiamen with those couple of intersections.
And now it would be super important if they were able to block the third shot. In the flat game there, Feng and Huang, they're just playing it fast-paced past Xiamen, and Tang is not able to control it from the mid-court area. Really playing fast-paced, the Chinese at the moment.
Oh, that is sensational. Absolutely delightful skill
16,
from Fenghuang.
3.
You watch when he goes up to his forehand side, he looks as if he's going to play the big smash. And then the disguise drop played to perfection. He even got the net cord. Back 9.
A bit lucky there. He was
4-16.
on his way forward, Tang Chungman.
Serves over.
Difficult with
17.
flick serve when you're playing with the drift. Brilliant. Well, they look so fired up for this.
Yeah, I agree.
18-4.
Maybe they weren't too happy with being split for the tournaments in Europe in March.
No. Sometimes if you're a little bit unsatisfied with your partner and then you get split, then you find out that the grass is not always greener on the other side. Makes you appreciate your previous partner a bit more. But the strange thing is that they also split for the Singapore and Indonesia Open coming up here in late May, early June. So you're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see if it's a permanent split or what.
Yeah.
Serves over 19-5.
Those long arms of his.
Yeah.
And that's why perhaps the attempted flick serve was played from Xiamen previously.
Oh.
That's just short of the mark.
Serves over 6-19. Seven, 19.
That can only have been wide by a whisker.
8-19.
I thought it was going to come back in because I think there's a bit of a sideways drift from right to left as we look down on the court during the rallies.
They look a little bit puzzled. The two Malaysian coaches trying to come up with some ideas for proceedings.
Eight, 19.
Gave game point opportunities.
20, game point 8.
This could be the longest rally of the match so far. All of a sudden, Fenghuang has taken his foot off the pedal, but they're still able to close out the opening game in convincing style. 21-8
First game
in favour
won by
of China.
21-8.
16 minutes for that opening game. And Fenghuang and Wang Dongping back together again after the split, looking very good indeed.
那女的一发完球，你就变化就对，都没有100%。对，他就是他就扔球，对，他就是原地这一下子，他这个原地，他一切回来，他再拿回来。你就所以你动作你不要放下，没球的时候，我的手要必须要，就是在这个范围，他不会勾得出来球，他这里快，而且质量还不错，你要耐心点跟他斗这个。很好，很好。
管就去，就马上他们出去的时候，你在哪里？你跑了一边，要跑一边抓他前面的球吗？啊，你跑掉的话，前面空了，你要这样就开始来。但是你慢跑的时候，说你就点两边，然后上去的时候点上，他点上就弹簧啊还是什么，都可以的。不要就只要还是点上你乱开给他，他第二排就很快哦。你说等下你再组织些。有接他去你要讲哪？ 给他盖，你不要拿那个你硬玩了，他用力的球就给他。
唔係啊，平時都有做。
So China one game to the good in this mixed doubles, the first match of this Group A tie. Fenghuang and Wang Dongping looked very impressive in that opening game. Gone wide.
1-love.
Wow.
2-love.
My goodness me.
Fantastic shot. I agree with you totally. I think they've played magnificently, Huang and Feng. Both of them, but especially Feng, looks to play with a different kind of spring in their steps from what we've seen for a long, long time. It's really, really hard to come up with suggestions for Feng and Tang as to what to do.
Oh, look at that. I'm not sure I agree with you as far as Fenghuang and Wang Dongping are concerned. I mean, they played the Malaysian Open. Their run, extraordinary run, came to an end of winning matches, 24 match winning streak. And I think they were playing up until that final extremely well indeed. Yes, they played the Badminton Asia Championships in Ningbo, But apart from that, they haven't played this year. So the last time that I saw them play really was the Malaysian Open, and prior to that they were winning everything.
Yeah, they were winning and they were playing well, but I think they move better in this match than what I've seen them previously. I can see there's some strapping on the left calf of Fenghuang as well, but there's not the extra bandage as he has on his right calf.
Well taken.
5 love.
Well, I think Xiamen simply has to try and take on Huang Dongping at the neck.
Yeah.
Very difficult to do, but I think she has to try.
Yeah, I agree. And it's going to be tight net. Close to the tape. Good lift.
Ah, that's lovely play. That's what I want to see more of from Xiamen. Good rally.
Serves over.
Yeah, very good rally. And there was some half chances taken there from Xiamen.
Done. Got it. Yeah. One, 5.
Good return of the big serve from Huang Dongping.
6-1.
Well, this young lady holds a record in World Tour events, you know, Xiamen. Only female player ever in the World Tour era to win the doubles double.
Is she?
She did that at the Chinese Taipei Open in 2022.
Wow.
Been 3 male players who have won the doubles double, but she's the only female player in the World Tour era. That's pretty special. Oh, that's going wide.
Steps over.
Seems they're standing their ground a little bit better now. And Tang.
Wipe the court, please.
But whether it's going to translate to points, that's what we're going to have to see. I have a feeling the shuttles are a little bit slower today than what we saw yesterday.
Line judge. Behind you, behind you. Thank you. Thank you. Two, 6. Serves over. 7-2.
From Denmark, Sylvester Truska from New Zealand.
7-2.
Clever.
Yeah, it's just long. But it was a nice idea,
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah.
3.
First blocking
7.
it in front of Tang Chunman and then making him run the long diagonal to his backhand.
Oh, that's delightful. What a shot. There's a very good reason why she has won an Olympic gold medal. Now, who was that with the neck brace on?
I couldn't see it.
Yeah,
Couldn't recognize him.
wipe the court. Use your feet. No, no.
Well, there's
no.
only officially 20 players in the squad here, but some of the national players or up-and-coming youngsters are always invited along to come and watch and support.
8-3. No, no, no. No. That's enough. No. Play on now. Done. You have to follow my instructions. We have wiped the court. We have wiped the court a few rallies ago, so you have to play on now.
Well, the umpire, Henrik Boas from Denmark, saying the court was mopped a few rallies ago, so you must play on now. It doesn't stand up to scrutiny, because if somebody has slipped or there's more perspiration fallen down. I like the fact that umpires are, oh, that's a good smash, good placement. I like the fact that they're being stricter on the time wasting in between rallies.
Yes.
You and I have a bit of a bugbear about the time wasting that goes on.
Let's wait. 9-3.
Well, if we played to the pace of the server, that situation couldn't happen. You have to be ready. And the receiver would have to be ready before the server's ready to serve. And that would speed things up considerably.
Focusing in his racket, Fenghuang.
Yes. Wipe the court, please. Wipe the court, please. Wipe the court, please. Line judge.
No,
Yes.
the line
Line
judge.
judge. Wipe the court, please.
Not paying attention to the umpire's instructions there. The line judge is in mitigation for them. They're having to double up as line judges
Line
and
judge.
court attendants.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
It is nice warm conditions though in this arena, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah.
It's not surprising there's a lot of perspiration on the court surface.
4-9. Service over.
Yeah, when Xiamen comes forward to the net, he's really got to make a difference. Can't afford to be at the front of the court and not finish it off,
No.
basically, as the
No.
male player, can you?
And that's a situation that they haven't really been able to capitalize on, him on the front court. The Chinese have been ready.
11.
So to the mid-game interval, and Fenghuang and Huang Dongping a game, and 11-4 up, and appear at the moment to be cruising. Yeah, looking very happy to be back playing with one another once again. That's good to see.
Play.
So it's pretty much now or never, I think, as far as the Hong Kong pair are concerned. Xiamen and Xiao got to find a way
Service over.
to get themselves back into this.
5-11.
Oh, that's a great return serve, wasn't it?
Serves over.
That's just amazing from Wang Dongping.
12-5.
Look at that defence from Wang Dongping. I mean, I thought that was a wonderful placement of the attacking shot, and somehow she didn't just get it back, she got it back with interest.
They've been playing magnificently. It's not that Tang and hasn't been trying. They've been trying almost everything, but it just comes back. So the skill level is just magnificent from Feng and Huang at the moment.
Oh, look at that block. Oh!
14-5.
That was super. And the attempted trick shot from Xiamen, I think, perhaps a reflection of his state of mind.
Yeah, they look a little bit resigned.
Yeah.
To their fate, at least between the rallies. When the rallies goes on, of course they play everything they can.
Super!
That's over.
What a wonderful shot from Xiamen.
6-14.
Left the big man stranded.
Serves over. 15-6.
Yeah, it was the sheer threat of Wang Dongping coming forward to the net that forced the error.
Yeah, he was required to play the perfect shot and he couldn't do it.
No.
Anything less than perfect would have been put away by Wang Dongping.
$17-6.
Oh my goodness. Well, that was a desperation shot from Xiamen.
18-6.
Yeah, another wonderful placement.
19-6.
And I think that's one of the very clever things with Wang Dongping. It's not necessarily that she's hitting winners, she's hitting to a place that forces opponents to hit a weak reply, and then she can go for the winner.
Yeah, she's made very few bad decisions in terms of shot selection.
That's right. It was interesting earlier in that rally, wasn't it, Steve? Because Wang Dongping was way out of position, but Xiamen still felt it was better to hit towards his smash towards Fenghuang.
Yeah.
That's how much he respects Huang Dongping.
That's been the overall team here. They've been having trouble scoring.
One-sided.
The Hong Kong pair.
Well, neither pair will lose a challenge here because it was the umpire who has called for Hawkeye to adjudicate for him. He's calling that front service line, the umpire. And I think probably the player's leg was between the umpire and the shuttle landing, and he couldn't see where it actually fell. And it was a lovely serve.
8-19.
How can a shuttle not be, or be damaged after a low serve that was left?
It was too fast, in his opinion.
Absolutely fabulous. So it is match point opportunities for Fenghuang and Huang Dongping. Only 37 minutes played. Oh, that's a great flick serve too.
Game.
Symmetry in the scoreline. 21-8, 21-8. And China off to a flying start in this Group A encounter against Hong Kong, China. What a wonderful performance from Fenghuang and Huang Dongping. When you see them playing like that, it makes their split in individual competitions seem very odd indeed. But I'm quite certain the Chinese coaches have got good reason for making their decisions.
Yeah.
Well, what's that saying? Is that saying we believe we're number ones in the world?
Or one match to China.
Yeah, not sure which. This is the final rally. The beautiful cross-court drop from Fenghuang and victory to China. 21-8, 21-8 in 38 minutes. Confirmation of what I've just verbalized, and a wonderful performance by the Chinese mixed doubles pair. Well, coming up next, we will have women's singles, and there they are in the holding area. Former Olympic champion Chen Yufei against Lo Xinyan Happy for Hong Kong, China. Welcome back to the port city of Xiamen in Fenghuang province. 7th time that China have hosted the Sudirman Cup. It's the 19th staging of the World Mixed Team Championships. We look forward to our next match of the tie, which is women's singles. And how wonderful to see Chen Yufei back on the world stage. Up against Lo Xin Yan Happy. And as with our first match of this tie, this will be a first meeting between these two players. In fact, there's only one match in all 5 where the two players or pairs have met each other previously, and that's the men's singles. And the last time that Li Chuk-yu played against Xu Yuqi, he actually won. So that could be very interesting indeed. But when players and pairs have never met each other previously, it's always intriguing. Doubly so when the former Olympic champion Chen Yufei, since her return to World Badminton, she lost in the quarterfinal of the Olympic Games and then took a sabbatical, a 3-month sabbatical in Australia where she was studying, and I can tell you that her English is now very good indeed. And since then she has played 4 tournaments and she's been in 3 finals. That's amazing. She's only lost to 1 player since her return, and that happens to be the reigning world and Olympic champion, Xiamen. So that just confirms what I was telling you. First meeting between these two players. So I think Lo Xin Yan actually chose to receive, which means that the former Olympic champion has got to choose ends. Well, Chen Yufei is 27 years of age. She turned 27 last month, and she's from Hangzhou, which is where we have the World Tour finals. Just over 5'8", and currently number 7 on the world ranking, but she's only played 9 tournaments for that world ranking. Former world number 1, 15 weeks in total across 2 different spells as the best in the world. Her opponent, Lo Xin Yan Happy, is the younger of the two. She's 22 years of age. She's also a little shorter, 168, is 5'6". Has been as high as 41 on the world ranking. That was from the 3rd of September last year for just 1 week. Currently number 50. Now she played yesterday, did Lo Xin Yan, and she lost to Pornpui Chorchuwon in 2 straight games. Good opening game, 21-18, 21-12 in the second, whereas Chen Yufei didn't play yesterday. Yesterday it was Wang Xiyi who was the women's singles player in China's lineup against Algeria. Well, Chen Yufei is one of the 5 players in this year's China squad who is making her 5th Sudirman Cup campaign, and of her 4 previous she's won 4 medals, 3 golds and a silver. That's not too shabby, is it? And in fact 15 matches played prior to today in Sudirman Cup campaigns, and she's won 13 of them. Only lost twice in this competition, Chen Yufei. That's a pretty good record. Sydney Gallos from New Zealand is our umpire for this one, and Andrea Giappini of Italy, the service judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, China, represented by Jin Yufei. And on my left, Hong Kong, China, represented by Liu Xinyan, Happy. China to serve, level, right.
So Chen Yufei, former world #1 and former Olympic champion, nearest to us for China, up against Liu Xinyan. Missed it. Well, very recently, Chen Yufei won gold at the Badminton Asia Championships, beating Han Yue in 3 games in the final. And I think, Steen, that has signalled to me that she really is back. She may not be in the sort of form that took her to Olympic gold, but she is back, playing very well indeed, and it's lovely to see her back.
Yeah, it really is. One of the players that can challenge An Se-young, Korean world #1. There's not that many at the moment that is really a threat to her, but I think Chen Yufei will beat.
2, long.
Well, I don't think we should underestimate Liu Xinyan because she had a victory over Akane Yamaguchi last year in the first round of the Korean Open. Also, last year in Macau, beat the former world champion Ratchanok Intanon. It may seem like a bit of a hollow victory because the Thai player, Ratchanok, actually retired after the second game.
Okay.
But it's still very good victories. So she's got talent, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah. On her way to working her way up to get to play the biggest tournament. I watched the match she played yesterday against Fenghuang. There's actually some similarities, in my opinion, between the two players. They both have quite a long swing when they hit their overhead shots, and really have nice shots from the backcourt when given time. So that's one of the question marks, whether she will have enough time. Low. And I think Chen Yufei, we know that she has a really good defense, so I think it could be really tricky for Low to finally score. I think that also happened with Pompovi Chochawong from Thailand, that the efficiency sometimes could be a little bit better.
Oh, that's a lovely drop.
Service over. 2, 5.
That is super. What lovely timing.
Excellent. And she played, as you mentioned, Jill, first game yesterday against Chochawong. She played clearly better on the far side, where she's playing up against the drift, where she can play without too much thought of the drift. She can really fire some attacking clears. A little bit surprising that she chose to receive when she had the chance of choosing ends.
Just long as a back line. Yeah, we've discussed it many times before, haven't we? I mean, why on earth every single large stadium has a natural airflow of the warm air rising, so there's always going to be a difference between the two ends. So why on earth wouldn't you choose which end you wish to start, or if you think you might go to 3 games, which end you want to finish the match?
example of, I mentioned earlier, that was a pretty nice rally from Low, but couldn't put it away, and eventually Chen Yufei got in a better position with the storm in the opening of the rally and was able to convert.
Oh, it's gone long of the back line. I don't think Chen Yufei meant to leave that. I think she was trying to play a defensive shot. But fortunately for her, it went long. Just wide.
10, 3.
So to the mid-game interval, Chen Yufei and China with a handsome lead. 8-point advantage, 11-3 to Chen Yufei.
在这边要有一些后浪球要搏，但是搏完之后，如果是挡得远网那个球的话，你还可以再压虚，这样因为你到网前的话，你稍微软一点，那个球弹出来更不好打，对吧？然后如果是在下手的话，就把球挑起来，不行就守一下，然后有机会再打。你其实打得成功的，你旁边3个球，一个是头顶吊直线，一个是头顶强行投外角。
稍微注意一点，他后场下压往前是不是放啊？注意他的线路变化。头顶去不用压这么高，高球打高球这个直线高球，他打不到点。
11-3. Light.
So 11-3 as play resumes in favour of China and Chen Yufei. Oh, that was a nice net shot. Oh, slanted in. Any suggestions perhaps for Lo Xinyan to change her game?
Yeah, but I think she's played a lot like she played yesterday. It's just that it's more difficult now because Chen Yufei has a really good defense. That was a good shot.
I had in my mind that maybe she needs to take a little more initiative instead of being reactive.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
Yes,
if
you
she
agree?
can. Yeah, but also be patient. So controlled aggression, so to speak.
Yeah. Oh, that's a lucky net cord.
Service over. 13-4.
I have the same feeling of Low as with Fenghuang, that they're going for winners from the backcourt area, and it's really hard to hit winners from the backcourt against the best players in the world. So a lot of the winning shots should come from the mid-court area, front-court area.
No, I like that punch clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But look at that.
Yep, and I like the idea.
Yes, but it's not a winning shot.
No, no, and I appreciate that.
And she's playing it as a winning shot.
Okay, so you want to see that not as a winner, so don't go so close to the line.
Exactly.
Just use it to outmaneuver your opponents.
Yes.
Right,
but
I'm understanding.
But I don't think she's used to playing that way, because she can hit winners against the level. Yeah, that's a fantastic shot.
Yeah.
And that's the second time she killed it in the backhand of Chen Yufei, so that might be something that she can build the game around. I think that she's used to playing a little bit lower graded tournaments where backcourt winners are possible.
Yeah.
So in terms of developing the game, she needs to set herself up for shots and develop shots that can win the rally from the midcourt area at the net.
Service over. 50.
Yeah, she's played 6 tournaments so far this year, Steen, and 3 of them have been Super 300 levels. So, so you're right in your assumption and analysis there.
A little bit loose service returns, not the first we've seen here. So the play on the front court and also to the front court of the opponent is one of the areas where I feel Low has to develop a game.
Oh my goodness. Put away with venom by Chen Yufei. But that's the sort of half-court winner that you want to see her opponent playing.
Chen Yufei isn't really doing anything in this rally, just playing it back, waiting for the chance, and then she's able to put it away.
Yeah. Wow, look at that. That is superb.
5.
Well, in all honesty, Steen, I mean, there's not many players in the world when Chen Yufei is playing at her best that can really take the game away from her.
Exactly.
So I mean, we're just being hyper sort of critical, aren't we, of what a player needs to do. But there's an awful lot of players that have this problem against Chen Yufei.
So it's over. 6-18.
But one of the things I'd like to see now, given that she's killed it twice in the backhand, is that she tries to put a little bit of pressure on Chen Yufei on the forehand side and looking for the opportunity to hit that backhand. There it is. Oh, I would have played it back to the backhand side.
It's awfully easy for us sitting here, though, isn't it?
It's very easy.
That's found the line. That's perfection.
Because we would have returned that one with interest. It's very, very easy for us to sit here, and that makes it a bit unfair.
Totally unfair,
many
Steve.
times.
Yeah.
When we give our suggestions.
Service over. 7-19.
Good shot.
So game point opportunities.
Service over. 20. Game point 7.
Oh, that's brilliant. What a super backhand.
Service over. 8-20.
Second time of asking. And the former Olympic champion Chen Yufei takes the opening game.
Won by China. 21-8.
21-8 confirms the umpire. Just 13 minutes for that opening game.
球场上的那个精力和速度整体，因为第二局讲了，第一局人家打得越那个分越低，第二局反而不会越小。他觉得他顺风，所以他后面高球很少，往前多，对不对？所以你在这边你马上要适应，他是不是觉得他现在是逆风了？后场又开始过程，好吧？第一个发球你先可以适当先发一个高球，做好防守，来适应一下这个风后面再正常，应该是可以控的，因为我们去年开了风也是可以控的，所以就这个还是抓推为主，把自己发球发想好，他喜欢推直线，喜欢干把线路抓住抓牢就行，好吧？
另外就是分开，因为你现在是想要对抗学习，然后呢一个发球，如果你这边放破场的话，他们下来球速快一点，所以要做到这个，然后再考虑如果是在中间，如果你放在过去，他下来挺快的，那
20 seconds. Second game. Level. Line.
So 1 game to the good. China in the form of Chen Yufei in the women's singles, the second match of this Group A tie. Now I think there's interesting dynamics on the coaching benches here, Steve, because I have a feeling that the player or the coach for Lo Sin Yan Happy was former Chinese coach Wen Kai.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm right there, but if I am, then that's very interesting dynamics, isn't it?
You will know Chen Yufei this game very well. I also noticed something in the break on the Chinese team bench, and that was that Fu Haifeng, who was their former double Olympic champion. Sometimes they often do, China, bring in the former stars to inspire the team.
Not on the court.
No, not on the court, on the bench. On the team bench.
Oh, on the team bench,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
I think he's sitting with a pair of drumsticks. I don't know if he's been given charge of the big drum there. Fu Haifeng.
Well, you can probably hear it now.
Yeah.
Here's a fun fact for you then, Steve. The Chinese player with the most Sudirman Cup campaigns is the man on the drums.
Here it is.
Fu Haifeng, 8 campaigns. Chai Yun, 7. Lin Dan, 6.
Wow. Yeah, he came forward very, very young. Fu Haifeng was
Yeah.
more than 19 or something when he started.
And then he kept going after Chai Yun
Yeah.
retired.
Yeah.
Won another Olympic gold medal. 3 consecutive Olympic finals in men's doubles. Extraordinary statistics. Oh, string's gone, I think. Chen Yufei. Yeah, that's no good. That's why she made the error. Oh, maybe not.
It just sounded that way.
It sounded that way, didn't it? There you are. I was making excuses for her making that hideous shot. Oh, that's brilliant. Can't finish it. Oh, that's a pity from Lo Sin Yan.
5-1.
Oh, that was a brilliant shot, that one. Got it back from such a low position.
Yeah, hitting with the drift now. Got to be careful.
1.
Oh, look at the skill there, Steve.
Magnificent shot.
Yeah.
1.
Missed it.
And you can
Yeah,
see
I can see your point exactly now.
she's
Steve.
trying to hit
Yeah.
winners from the backcourt, and as she doesn't hit any winners and the rally goes on and on and on, she gets more and more desperate and overdoes it. And also the long swing, the long hitting movement when she's put under pressure on the backcourt. Basically the only, wait, that's a good winner, but The thing is, it's deceiving because I don't think she's capable of hitting that line over and over again, and that's basically what she's trying to. But when she's put under pressure, then the most likely solution is a high clear that doesn't get her out of pressure. It just gets her stuck in pressure.
Service over. 9-2.
Yeah, it's a good clear. Oh, my word. What a backhand. Yeah. Former world champion Xiamen enjoyed that one, so he should. That is magnificent. Nice shot. Oh. Sitting winners at will. Chen Yunfei. And she has a 9-point advantage here in the second game, having already won the first. You'd think she'd never been away from the competition courts, wouldn't you? The way Chen Yunfei is playing at the moment. Look at that. Gliding through the air.
稍微弄一下这个头顶这个移动当中的直线高点，因为如果你太高点，它劈下来你还挺难受。移动跟控制它让它这样打你，它的对角线就威胁不大。
11-2. Play.
So 11-2 as play resumes. Just wide. There's definitely a sideways drift.
12-2.
Well, that got badly deflected by the net cord.
13-2.
Yeah, I said she was hitting winners at will.
Yeah.
14-2.
It was the same pattern we saw yesterday when Low had to play this near side here. That became increasingly difficult for her. Good shot. She's got some nice technical skills.
She has.
Low, yeah. Moves well. But I think the overall playing strategy needs to be developed to tailor World Tour level, or at least the top tier of the World Tour tournaments.
Oh, that's a lovely block. Yeah, so's that from Chen Yunfei.
15-3.
Oh, that's good judgment.
17.
It's not so fun being on court right now for Lo, because nothing is really working for her.
Another one's gone long of the back line.
18. 3.
And another.
19. 3.
Wen Shi, who played yesterday, watches on. Oh, delightful. What a way to bring up match point opportunities.
Match point 3.
Lovely skills once again from the former Olympic champion. Oh, that's nice.
Service over. 4.
Too little, too late, one suspects. Second match point opportunity is duly converted by Chen Yufei. Only the loss of 12 points, 21-8, 21-4 in a match lasting 28 minutes. Well, no doubt Chen Yufei is back in business. How lovely to see. And look at the big smile. Wasn't sure if she wanted to continue playing after her quarter-final defeat in Paris last year. Then realised that she missed playing badminton. And she does look a happier version of herself, and that's reflected in her style of play. Playing really well since she's made her return. So a comfortable victory for Chen Yufei, 21-8, 21-4, and that means that China have a 2-love lead in this Group A tie. Coming up next, we'll have the men's singles and the current world number 1, Xu Qi for China, up against Li Chukyu, who beat Xu Qi the last time they met. This could be interesting. Welcome back to Xiamen and day 2 of competition at the TotalEnergies BWF Sudirman Cup. It's the World Mixed Team Championships. So China lead Hong Kong China by 2-love in the overall time. Next up is men's singles, and it's Xu Qi for against Lee Chuk-yu, Hong Kong. So the players just making their way to court sides for the Master of Ceremonies to introduce the players onto centre stage. Yeah, your hair looks lovely. He's quite a character.
Yeah.
Here's Lee Chuk-yu. And we love him all the more for it. So, Xiu-chi against Lee Chuk-yu. Men's singles in this Group A tie. Well, it's also wonderful to see Xiu-chi back in great form. He really was in the depths of despair after his Olympics, where he lost in the quarterfinal. He was the #1 seed, lost in the quarterfinal to the eventual silver medalist Kunle Ueda-san. Didn't know if he wanted to keep playing, wasn't sure what to do. Well, whatever he's done it brilliantly, because he's back in terrific form. He's won the first 2 Super 1000 events this year, the Malaysian Open and the All England. Well, this, as you can see, will be a 12th meeting between the two. The last time they met was in the quarterfinal of the Korean Open last year, and it was Lee Chuk-yu who won in 2 straight games. And Lee Chuk-yu has won the toss of the coin and has chosen to start at the near end of the court as we look down during the rallies. When I say we, I mean all of us. You and me. So, as far as Lee Chuk-yu is concerned, he's 28 years of age, born in Hong Kong, and he's 21 on the world ranking at the moment, which makes him the 2nd highest player from Hong Kong, China, behind Ka Long. Has been as high as 13, a total of 6 weeks across 2 different spells. Xiu-chi, the current world #1, the 29-year-old from Nantong in Jiangsu province, enjoying his 46th consecutive week as world #1, and come tomorrow I think it'll probably be the 47th week, because none of the top players, there's been no tournament last week, so the rankings won't change unless tournaments have come off the world ranking, but I don't think that's the case. I'm looking at Steen for confirmation of that.
I'm not sure.
No. Well, we'll find out tomorrow, but I'd be very, very surprised. I think he's got a very healthy lead on the world rankings. I don't think anybody's close at the moment. Lee Chuk-yu shot to fame in 2019 when he was promoted from the qualifying his home event, Hong Kong Open. He ended up winning the tournament, beating Anthony Ginting in the final, having beaten his opponent of today in the last 16, a quarter-final victory over Victor Axelsen, and a semi-final over Kidambi Shrikant, which is a wonderful series of big wins, and to do it on home soil. And he won that title when he was ranked 27 in the world. So our umpire for this one is Latif Jokari, and Henrik Boas from Denmark is the service judge. Incidentally, when Lee Chuk-yu won that Hong Kong Open in 2019, He had played 19 previous tournaments that year, and he'd never been beyond the second round. To say it was a surprise result is an understatement.
Yeah.
Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Hong Kong, China, represented by Lee Cheuk-yu. And on my left, China, represented by Si Yu-chi. China to serve, level, play.
So Shi Yu-chi for China, far side of the court as we look down against Hong Kong's Lee Cheuk-yu. Wow! Well, you just need to look at the athletes, this man, and you know that he's physically very strong, very powerful legs. And very happy to play a physical game. Whereas I think, Steve, that Lee Cheuk-yu has got some delightful skills, and it's his disguise and deception that serves him so well.
And his attack.
Yes.
To love.
Normally, I thought that would mostly favor him in windy conditions, and I wouldn't rate this arena as a windy arena at all. He showed that in India he's found another arena that's not too windy where he likes to play, so he's developed his game in the last 1.5 year league.
Yes, he's been in the final of the Indian Open for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
What a good rally. It was the punch clear from Shi Yu-chi. It did the damage. Got this man out of position.
I think Shi Yu-chi is really hungry for revenge from that last defeat to Lee Cheuk-yu. That was the Korean Open, but that was also in the period just after the Olympics where he was sort of like a little bit lost in terms of what's next. Am I continuing to play badminton? Am I doing something completely different, or what's going to happen?
Yeah. Oh my goodness, I had a little think about it, didn't he?
Five love. Six love.
I think what's impressed me so far, I know we're only in the third match of this, a 5-match tie, but the way mentally the Chinese players have come out and played is very, very impressive.
Yes, they're sending a message
absolutely
to the other players that, hey,
yeah,
remember when we played the Olympics? Now this is our next goal and we're ready.
Yeah.
So you've got to be really, really strong to beat us.
Super. Sun Jun, former world champion, on the left, and Zhuan Zhe on the right, also a former world champion. That's not so bad to have on your coaching bench, is it? 2 former world champions.
Oh, that's quite good. There's few other nations that can create a bench like that.
9-1.
Lovely block. Just wide. Wang Chunhan. That's interesting. Silver medalist at the World Championships to the man on the coaching bench the other end of the court.
Yeah, exactly.
Xiamen. That didn't sound too healthy with the racket. It's a couple of times in the matches so far this evening that I've thought sounded like strings had gone when they hadn't.
Yeah, there might be a few mistimed shots still. We're at the equivalent to second round tournament play for Lee Chuk-yu. Equals first round because he didn't play yesterday. So still got to settle into the arena.
Missed it. And it is the Chinese player Xiu Qi who has the advantage at the mid-game interval here in the opening game. An 8-point advantage to be precise, and Xiu Qi has started quite brilliantly.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. (11-3). Play.
Now that was a lovely smash. That's the sort of attacking play that you were alluding to a little earlier. Short. Yeah. Well, it was a forced short lift by the quality of the net play. Look at this. Look how tight that is. What on earth can you do against a net shot like that? And again. Same again.
It's gone long. There must be some motivational differences as well in this match here. We'll have to see when they change ends and see if Lee Chuk-yu gets more into the match. Of course, he can still do it here in the first game, but I feel that the chance is bigger in the second. But there must be some motivational differences. Xiu Qi, he's playing to sort of settle in a campaign that targets the gold here, whilst Lee Chuk-yu, well, it's going to be difficult for Hong Kong if they lose to China, which the two previous matches suggest. If he loses this match, then they're going home after their next match in the group. So it must be a little bit hard to get that same motivation as in an individual tournament for him.
Service 5-15.
Oh, lovely, lovely net shot. Yeah, we've already seen some
6-15.
wonderful net play, and I suspect that the battle at the front of the court It's going to be a big factor in the outcome of this match. Because I think that's one of the first occasions that Lee Chuk-yu has actually won the Battle of the Net.
Exactly. Where he's normally really, really strong.
Exactly. Oh!
Oi.
Stunning
Second
game.
time.
Yeah. There we go.
7-15. Silva, 16-7.
Smashes.
He's working his way back in now.
Yeah.
Lee Chuk-yu.
16.
Oh, that's superb. Oh, well, he's challenging.
Hong Kong, China challenges all in.
I thought he clipped the line, but he is hitting with the drift, the sideways drift there.
And cross the line, which is more difficult to judge for the line judge. And Lee needs it.
Plumb on the line. Perfection.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining. Serve Silva, 17-8. Play.
Defense.
Yeah, lovely block. Did you see that reaction as well from Shi Yuqi?
Yeah.
Big swish of the racket in annoyance after the rally.
9-17.
I'm not sure if we'll see it. Oh, maybe he was thinking that had it come back.
He could have tried to get it. Yeah,
Yeah,
he was
a
swinging
trick shot.
for it.
He was. I beg your pardon. I thought it was a bit of frustration. It wasn't at all. Oh, look at that net shot again. I thought the net play would be a big battleground.
Silva, 18-10. Silva, 11-18.
Well, you know, since the mid-game interval, Lee Chuk-yu has won more points.
It's going to be really interesting to see, first of all, the continuation here, but even more the start to the second game.
Oh, there's another challenge here. That was cool.
Hong Kong, China challenges Called in.
Well, he's hit the shuttle back to Xu Qi's end of the court, which makes me think that perhaps he knows he's made the wrong call there. Challenging. Oh no, he was right.
Correction, out.
That's a good challenge.
12-18. Play.
That's a challenge from Xiu Qi.
China challenges.
I think he might win this one.
Again, the shuttle is hit back to Xu Qi's end of the court.
It's a little bit of a needle if you have to play it back then after the verdict.
Yeah, good challenge.
Correction in. Successor 19-12. Play.
Super. What clever thinking
20
from Xiu Qi.
Game point 12.
Game point opportunities for China. 8 of them to be precise. And that drifts wide, and the opening game to Xiu Qi and China. 21-12 confirms the umpire. And it was a very impressive start by Xiu Qi. 16 minutes for that opening game.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Second game. Level. Play.
So Xiu Qi, 1 game to the good against Lee Chuk-yu in his 3rd match of this Group A tie. That's a lovely net shot.
I think the start to this second game becomes really important. I have a feeling that Xiu Qi is trying to push the gas pedal again from the go here, and it's necessary for Lee to stand his ground.
interesting that we saw Steen in the 2-minute timeout, the women's doubles pair, the Olympic silver medalists, doing reaction and spatial awareness exercises.
Yeah.
And that sort of enhances what we were saying earlier about the Chinese players so far have come out in such positive fashion, really look well prepared.
Yeah, I recall seeing some similar exercises with Huang Dongping and, no, not Huang Dongping, Jiang Ziwei and Huang Yachong. Then Spanish physical coach.
Yeah.
Christian Manjong.
Completely. He didn't even react, Steen. No. Take a look at this. The disguised cross-court drop from Xiuqi. We can't see it. Oh, yeah, well, we could see it, actually. He didn't even move. And I think of Lee Chuk-yu as one of the very quick players on court. I think he's got good movement. Just shows the levels of disguise and skill from Xiuqi.
Exactly. His overhead shots looks almost the same. Every single one of them.
Yeah, that's nice.
Right before please. Silva 2-4.
Winning the net there.
And there's that attack that you were talking about in the opening game as well. Goodness. Well, that would have been the shot of the day if that had worked from Lee Chuk-yu.
5-2.
He does a Victor Axelsen behind the back backhand. Good attempt.
Did he hit his hand? No, it's just something that came off his grip. Xiuqi, what a fantastic save.
Well, anywhere straight down the forehand side of the courts probably would have been a winner.
7-2.
Totally stranded.
He's not reading that at all, is he?
I was initially a little bit surprised that Xiuqi is the only repeat selection from yesterday, but then I looked at the Sudirman Cup 2 years ago and it was exactly the same pattern. Played the first 2 matches, not the third, and then played the rest of the matches in the Chinese campaign. So probably going for business as usual, Xi.
Nice.
He's undefeated in his last 2 team campaigns for China. Won all his matches at last year's Thomas Cup and also all his matches in 2023 in Suzhou.
So how many matches is that?
11 if you count yesterday.
Yeah, I do count yesterday. It's amazing, isn't it?
Good shot.
Super.
His last defeat was that infamous match against a certain Kento Momota where he retired.
Yeah.
Back in 21. Which was the 2020 Thomas Cup. Wasn't able to play the 2022 campaign due to that retirement. But when he came back, he did it with style, Xiu-Chi.
Thank you.
You should call it that infamous match against Momota. Nice.
Good.
And I love the way he took that, came from above the shuttle at the front of the court. Had so many options. Yeah, that's another beauty. 4 straight points and he's right back in this. Sweet backhand. Oh, it's gone long. Lovely technique and timing on that backhand from Xiu-Chi. Well, well, well. 5 straight points. And only 1 point the deficit. He's done well. One felt when he was a game and 8-2 down that Xiu-Chi was just about taking command of the match. There's another winner, at least this time. Lee Chak-yu got his racket to it on his forehand side.
Thank you. Can you check? Thank you.
Was he up there, Xiu-Chi?
Silva, 8, 9. Thank you.
I can't tell whether Lee is about to swing momentum over in favor of him or Xiu-Chi is sort of relaxing a little bit. 8-2 in front, won a relatively easy first game and is ready to kick it up a notch here. That's going to be really, really interesting to see the next 3-4 rallies.
Oh, lucky neck cord. Back level.
It came over for him.
It did. Good rally. stretch, Xiu.
Can't really tell from the body language whether he won or lost that rally.
No. 30 shots. Not the longest. We had 34 shots in the opening game. Wow. Crikey, that was good skill from Xiu, because that net shot was tight, I'm telling you, from Lee Chuk-yu. Take a look at this. Wow. That's amazing. Oh, well, I do that every day, he says. 11-9. Second game.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 9.
You know, you asked that question, Steen. You didn't know whether Lee Chuk-yu was changing the momentum or whether Xiu was just having a bit of a pause in his onslaught.
Yeah.
I suspect the latter.
Yeah, me too.
Look at this.
And Xi is playing sort of his non-preferred playing style. He's had to attack a little bit more than he would normally like to, whilst Lee plays his, or can play his preferred style, playing up against the drift, but he has a tough time getting on the attack. Good shot.
Six straight points to Xiu.
59.
And that sort of implicates that he feels that I've got this covered.
Yeah.
I can easily add a little bit extra.
Yeah.
Got extra gears if needed. If not needed, well then I'll just take it with 5-6 points.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit worrying for the other teams.
Yeah, nice. That's a lovely shot. Brings the run of points to an end at 6.
10, 15.
But he also walks around the court, Xiu. I mean, he's not rattled in any way. He looks like he's ready to play best of 5 games to 21. He could play all evening if he's asked to do so.
Well, he guessed there and guessed incorrectly.
11, 15.
Overcovering his forehand defence, Xiu.
Great pictures there.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
12, 15.
Both very, very good front court players.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, right on cue.
Super play.
13-15. Thank you.
You know, I remember Lin Dan having a spurt of points where he would go all out for 5 or 6 points and then relax a little bit and then go all out again. And that's, I'm reminded of that watching Xiu Qi at the moment. Oh, that's a bit loose. Got what it deserved.
14,
Well. Now 5 straight points to Lee Chuk-Yu.
I seem to remember it was in his heydays, and then it was more difficult to score 5 straight points against him, even if he was backing off a little bit.
Badly deflected by the net cord. Well, that's long as the back line, would you believe it? He's back level. So 6 straight points to Xiu Qi, answered by 6 straight points from Lee Chuk-Yu. This is fascinating.
Now our theory is going to be tested. I'm taking you with me in the fall.
Missed it.
Silva, 16-15.
We saw a match yesterday, Steve, with extraordinary runs of points, didn't we? Women's singles.
That was extraordinary.
Denmark against India, with Lina Kjærsfeldt against Sullivan Carter Sindhu.
Good play, he's up the pace.
He has. All credit to this man, Lee Chuk-Yu.
16-all.
I simply don't understand why, when you're having the court mocked one end,
why not have
both ends
checked? At least have it checked.
Yeah. Brilliant. Well. 2-8 down he was in this game. He won the first point of this second game, did Lee Chuk-Yu, and since then this is the first time he's been in the lead. Absolutely amazing. I wish I'd been keeping count of how many of those cross-court angled attacking shots from Xiu Qi has been outright winners.
I've counted at least 4 in the second game.
17 all. Yeah.
He's winning the net.
Definitely.
At the moment. Lee Chuk-Yu.
18-17.
angled attacking shots from both sides of the court now, Xiu. Oh, denied.
It's a battle for the attack now. You can see both players know the importance of winning the net.
19-18.
Threw in a flick serve. What on earth was he hoping as a reply? It seemed inevitable that it would be an attacking shot from
exactly.
Xiu. 19 all. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And what a way to bring up a match point opportunity. Xiu threading that smash straight down the line. Missed it. So 20 all and extra points required until it's a clear 2-point winning margin. Lucky net court. And having just saved a match point, now Lee Chuk-yu has a game point opportunity to send this to a decider. Look at that. Whoa. Well, real effort from Xiu to retrieve the shuttle, but to no avail. And that court I can see even from here, and we're high up in the stadium. There is well, Lee Chuk-yu very sportingly is saying, look, there's still some perspiration, my opponent's side of the court, that needs to be mopped up. There's really an unbreakable bond between players and athletes, isn't it? That nobody wants to see an opponent injured.
And they know that the next day, the next minute, it could be you.
Yeah. So game point opportunity for Lee Chuk-yu and Hong Kong.
Good net play.
Fabulous net play. It's one game all. 22-20. Having saved a match point, having come back from a 2-8 deficit and a 9-15 deficit in this second game. That is remarkable from Lee Chuk-yu. One game all, 43 minutes into the match, and we're going to be treated to a third and deciding game.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
再多一点，哎，好吧，维稳啊。
Final game, level, play.
So here we go with the third and deciding game. What a match, this men's singles.
1 love.
Yeah, mentally strong. Second game from Lee Chuk-yu. There's nothing that really suggested at 2-8 that he should get back to this match.
Took that early. That's a good lift. Oh, so's that. Oh! Well, it was an ambitious shot to try from Xiamen. Ferocious spin on the next shot from Lee Chuk-yu. I don't think this man actually had many options. Nice.
1, 2.
The net game have let him down since he was up 15-9. There was a couple of situations where really tried to play back at Lee Chuk-yu, but they were way too high, and seems like Lee's got the upper hand at the net right now.
Thank you.
On the line.
4-3.
Xiu this time.
Server 4-all.
Fantastic defense, super close to the net. Well in front of the first service line. Look at this.
Oh, it's gone wrong.
6-4. Thank you.
Well, we were talking yesterday, Steen, about China's incredible statistics when playing Sudirman Cup on home soil. This is the 237th match on home soil in Sudirman Cup, and they've only lost 7 previously.
Wow. 5, 6.
So this would be huge if this man were to go on and win this. That's a little wild. It's interesting as well, Steen. I seem to recall you talking in the first game about what's the motivation for Lee Chuk-yu. Well, we can quite clearly see what the motivation is. He's playing for his country.
He wants to beat Xiu and equalise the head-to-head.
Absolutely.
And he's playing without pressure because, I mean, it's not really. They have little hope of winning the overall tie Hong Kong, so it's basically a free match for him.
And with World Tour events coming up straight after the Sudirman Cup Tour in Asia, and then he's going to set himself up nicely to be in good form for those World Tour events. World Tour events after this tournament here in Asia.
Looking extraordinary in that game.
Yeah.
From Lee.
7-9.
That is sensational. That's what he was trying to do a little earlier, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That forehand cross-court net shot where he just sort of chops at the shuttle. Oh, lucky net cord.
Service over. 8-10.
Into the net from Lee Chuk-yu. There's only a 2-point difference as the players change ends in this deciding game. Still, very much up for grabs. Who's going to win this one?
还是想打，还是要打，还是要赢，不用生气。
然后呢，就是说发接发，你看怎么去抓他，啊，就是说我怎么去骗分，发球慢一点，包括接发球慢一点，想好事情。啊，
我得调整好。啊，对型的打啊，
冷静，啊，
别生气，别生气，啊，专注到。
11-9. Play.
So 11-9 deciding game. Oh, wow. He read the push down the forehand side. And yet again, Xiu Qi playing that cross-court attacking shot for the winner.
It's going to be interesting to see the battle for the initiative here and how Xiu Qi can play the backcourt. If he chooses to play the backcourt, I suspect he will once in a while for variation. But basically had a better position in the second game when he was up 15-9. Now it's only 12-9.
That's a great lift.
Oi. Good shot.
Super.
He's coming off 3 first-round losses, Lee Chek-yu, in his last 3 tournaments, but then I looked a little bit more into it, and one of the losses was to Lee Chi-hao in the All England, where he had 6 match points and lost anyway, and Lee Chi-hao went on to reach the final. So you could argue that if he'd won that match, maybe he'd gone on to reach the final.
Of course. But sport isn't about maybe ifs.
No.
Regrets of contenders, the maybe ifs.
Good deception again.
Look at that.
Silva, 11-13.
Enjoyed that one. He got China off to a winning start in the mixed doubles, and just look at that. That cross-court backhand net shot was played to absolute perfection.
Oh, behind the back.
To be a very important rally. There was some desperation defence earlier on in that rally from this man. Behind the back, a bit of trickery. Look, he's late on that again.
There's some strapping on the hamstring there. Fenghuang.
He's not part of the squad, is he?
He is.
Is he?
Yeah. He and Li Shifeng. Good play.
Super.
And
goodness me.
I have to revise my read that Xiu Qi had a couple of extra gears. I'm not so sure he has.
Relatively cheap point for Xiu Qi.
Yeah.
We were talking in the women's singles about the need to build the rally first. That was going for a very early winner from Xiu-Chi. Sometimes it works. At least 8 now winners with that shot. 18-12. 3 points required for a 3-love scoreline in this tie. Take that 2 points away. 9-12. Plays the perfect net shot. That's outrageous.
He's had his fair bit of luck here towards the end of the match. You need that sometimes as well.
7 of the last 8 points to Xiu-Chi. More importantly, it's match point opportunities. And he converts on his first. 21-12. 8 of the last 9 points of the match. Xiu-Chi converts on his first opportunity.
20-22, 21-12.
An hour and 2 minutes for his hard-fought victory. Well, what a good match that was. Well, some lucky fan is going to get winning shuttle. There was a couple of rallies towards the end there, Steen, where he showed sheer guts and determination.
He did.
And I think that possibly broke the spirit of Lee Chuk-Yu.
But it was indeed a hard-fought match. And he extends his winning streak to 12 in terms of Thomas and Sudirman Cup.
Yes, that's very impressive indeed. This, the final rally. Knew it was going long of the back line, didn't even bother to turn round and have it confirmed by the line judge. He was so confident. So confirmation of that scoreline, 21-12, 20-22. 21-12 in the deciding game in a match lasting an hour and 2 minutes. Coming up next is women's doubles and the Olympic silver medalists Lu Shengshu and Tang Ning up against Lok Lok and Sang Hui Yan. Welcome back to Xiamen, day 2 of competition here at the TotalEnergies BWF Sudirman Cup Finals. This is a Group A tie, and as you can see, China have already won the tie, but at the group stage we play all 5 matches. Next up is the women's doubles, and it is the current world #1s and Olympic silver medalists Lu Shengshu and Tang Ning up against Louis Lok and Fenghuang. Yes, that's a lovely smile. So the 4 players led out onto court by Lu Shengshu. Youngest player on court for this match, and she is probably the most naturally gifted player on court as well of these 4 players. Well, a big moment for the Hong Kong pair. Well, they're playing better than they've ever played before, because the Hong Kong pair are at a career high of 31. This is the first meeting between these 2 pairs. It was only the men's singles in the whole of the tie where players or
black or red
pairs had played each other previously.
Red. Who is going to serve? Lloyd to serve. That side.
So the Hong Kong pair on the toss of the coin and chose to serve. I thought they called red, or they. Anyway, I was a bit confused with that, but umpire's very experienced. He knows what he's doing. Louis Lok. He's 22 years of age, and she's just under 5'5". As I was telling you, they're at their career high ranking of 31, their 2nd consecutive week at 31 on the world ranking. Never been in a final of a tournament together as a pair. They've both been in finals with former partners. Fenghuang is 23, she turned 23 in February, and she's just 1 centimetre shorter than her partner. Reached the quarterfinal of the Thailand Masters earlier this year, and they lost out to Mayasari and Ramadanti, who went on to win the title. Now here's the youngest player on court, Lu Shengshu. She only turned 21 earlier this month, from Liaoning, and she and her partner are enjoying their 15th week in total as world #1s. It's their 3rd different spell at #1 on the world ranking. Tang Ning also had a birthday earlier this month. She turned 22 on the 3rd of April. She's from Hunan, a landlocked province in south-central China.
Ready to play?
And they've been in 2 finals this year. They won gold very recently at the Asia Championships, beating Matsuyama and Shida in the final. They also reached the final of the Swiss Open, where they lost out to teammates Jia Yifan and Shengshu Xian. So our umpire for this one is Andrea Chiappini from Italy, And Sydney Gallos from New Zealand is the service judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Hong Kong, China, represented by Loy Lok Lok and San Yuyen. To my left, China, represented by Liu Shensu and Tan Ning. Hong Kong, China to serve. Loy Lok Lok to serve to Liu Shensu. Level. Play.
So the women's doubles, the pair from Hong Kong, China, nearest to us, against the Olympic silver medalist and current world number ones, Liu Shensu and Tan Ning. That's well left.
Service over. 1 love.
Had a very good match at the recent Asia Championships, this pair from Hong Kong. And they lost out to the number 7 seeds, Li Jing and Luo Xiamen. Two very tight games.
Sugar, 1, 2.
Well, Steen, I would normally ask you, what does the Hong Kong pair have to do against the current world number ones? But I don't think many pairs in the world know what to do against the current world number ones.
No, it's very difficult.
They're physically very strong, aren't they?
They
Chinese
are,
pair.
but I also think that the Hong Kong pair, this is the first time I really see them in real life. I've checked out of them on video, and they're moving really well.
Oh, service called.
I think
Sang Wei Yan.
Louis Lok Lok has some similarities to a certain Chiharu Shida. Very quick on her feet and likes to take some chances. So if the Hong Kong pair can play from a position where they're in balance, they have a really good attack, and they're really looking for the follow-ups and so on. The question mark is whether the defense of Tan Ning and Liu Xiangshu simply is too strong, so they really can't put enough pressure on the world number ones, and in the attack, there's two hard hitters from China, and the defense seems to be a little bit weaker from Tsang and Louis. Louis especially likes to take a chance on a forehand defense, and if she's hit in the backhand, it's almost always a block. So those sort of things tend to be exploited against the very best in the world.
Brilliant. Wow, fabulous. Great intersections at the front of the court from Sang Wei Yan.
We saw at All England, Matsuyama and Shida, even though they lost at the Asian Championship, we saw at All England where they defeated Tan Ning and Liu Xiangshu. That was with pace and speed of movement.
Yeah, it was an extraordinary scoreline, 9 and 17.
Yeah.
So it's over. 5-4.
I mean, our expectations, realistic expectations, cannot be that the Hong Kong pair is winning this match, but can they offer strong resistance? That would be a good match for them. Maybe even steal a game here where they're playing with the drift and get a little bit help in their attack.
Oh, that's
online. But look at the movement. They're really almost always going somewhere. Sometimes it's confusing. Sometimes they're going for the same shot. But I like that they look for the opportunities.
6-5.
She read it well, but just got a little overcome with power there.
Yeah.
That's a good serve. That's that tumble serve that she plays so well. Tang Ning.
Well, that was the weakness in the matches I saw on video, when they're a little bit off balance. Liu and Tsang, their recovery skills are a little bit behind the way I see it.
That's a nice block. You know, when I watched Liu Shengshu and Tang Ning in the final of the Swiss Open, and I felt that this Chinese pair went a little bit negative. I felt they were trying to defend too much.
Yeah.
That's against their teammates Xia Yifan and Shengshu Xian. Well, this is 5 straight points. 5-6 down to 10-5, 10-6 up.
And by Victor Wong from Hong Kong, China, serves to Fenghuang from Belgium.
Fantastic hop smash, jump smash from Liu Shengshu.
So to the mid-game interval. On a run of 6 straight points. Liu Shengshu and Tang Ning with a 5-point advantage.
Put 1, 20 seconds. Put 1, 20 seconds.
敢挑，逆风你太高了。
11-6. Play.
So 11-6 on a run of 6 straight points before the mid-game interval. Liu Shengshu and Tang Ning.
perspective, then Liu Xiangshu is way too involved in that rally. You want to limit her influence on the rallies if you can as opponents. Want to try and put pressure on Tan Ning.
Yeah, because it's not just her physicality, Liu Xingshu. She's got just wonderful racket skills.
Super racket skills. A lot of the technique for both the Chinese players is in the forearm, whereas we can see the two players from Hong Kong tends to use bigger swings, both in offense and also in defense.
14-6.
Make that 9 straight points.
Yeah, they were leading 6-5, right?
Yeah.
The Hong Kong pair.
Yeah. There's that wonderful tumble serve again.
It's gone long.
10 straight points.
15-6.
Must be absolutely lovely to have a second gear that you can go to.
I don't know, I've never tried it.
I tried it. I can tell you.
But it's a good feeling when you stand on court and you get this feeling that, hey, we're going to make this.
Yeah, and you say to yourself, right, okay, 5-6 down. Now we pile on the pressure. And now we go for it.
And I don't see anything in the opponent's game that I can't cope with.
Yeah. Yeah, that must be a wonderful feeling.
In.
Oh, she's challenging.
China challenges called in.
Well, said earlier today that it was difficult to see that backline. I still feel that was an emotional challenge, that one.
I suspect you're right. Here we go. Clearly, one on the line.
Unsuccessful. One challenge remaining.
Indeed, it was an emotional challenge.
8-15. Play.
Lovely smash.
Every time Liu Xingshu is smashing close to full power, it's doing damage to the Hong Kong defense, and if they get it back, Tan Ning has really good working conditions on the front court. He's so powerful, Liu Xingshu.
Yeah, I like the block and move forward. Steve, you were in Suzhou. I wasn't there, but am I right that Liu Xingshu and Tan Ning were part of the squad but didn't actually play?
Ooh, that's a tough question.
Because, you know, so often they have these younger players as part of the team.
Yeah.
And so they learn about the whole experience, and then a couple of years later, whether it's the Uber Cup or the Thomas Cup or the Sudirman Cup, and they're now performing as their top-ranked players.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful system, but of course they have the options. They've got so many good players, China.
And the thing is, I mean, if others try to emulate it, it's not just about selecting a young player.
No.
That young player has to have quality, and,
Yeah.
and these two certainly have.
See, they just can't find any gaps in the defence, the player from Hong Kong.
No.
Absolutely rock solid, the world #1s defensively.
You're right, Joel, they were part of the team.
I thought they were.
Yeah.
Oh, that's broken strings.
Start is over. 9-18.
I'm feeling that the player we've just watched as well, Xiamen, in his first Sudirman Cup campaign on the Gold Coast in 2017, I have a feeling he was part of the squads but didn't actually play.
That's possible. Won All England the next year, didn't he? In 18?
Yeah.
He did, beating Dan in the final.
That's right. Yeah, that's good work. Well done. I like that persistence.
19.
Yeah, the willingness to work.
Yeah. Well, again, willingness to try and get the shuttle back from the lock. Yeah, that was the one that did the damage. She was weighted, committed to her forehand defence, and it was aimed towards her left shoulder. Yeah, look at that. So game point opportunities for Liu Xingshu and Tang Ning. Brilliant. Ooh, she's challenging that. I saw that as good. Well, if she's right on this and it was wide, it's the end of the game. It is the end of the game. Wow. 21-10, opening game to China. 18 minutes for that opening game. 21-10, having been 5-6 down.
对脚的要准备，哎呀，那个人他们杀对脚多了，尤其是第二拍的时候，对啊，如果他上直线，对，接发也行，然后发现他过了，对，过了他们拿了，然后正就没关系，正速度不能慢，你要不要冰？那你给我吧，你。我要14点。站前他发力多太近，就是不是说发腿往回大，那你这条力对不对？借力我自己不发力，对，自己发力对，是。然后其他的我觉得就一个就发球觉得慢一点，接发球其他的就保持。然后你接发球，比如他发到你之后就是一号腿，你就护住不先挑起来，因为你这么一上慢，他可能来不及，因为你已经点下来了。然后点快打，对，你快切快打，然后再往中间打，然后哎，咋打？边线的时候中网下来冲，然后过你就再回头，过网你就往前毛后面给我就好。120 seconds.
So the world number ones for China, Wu Shengshu and Tang Ning, one game to the good, 21-10 that opening game, winning it on a challenge.
It's a pity, good rally from Liu and Zhang's perspective.
Oh, what a fabulous rally. And that final kill from Tang Ning, the reverse slice to keep it straight. And I like the attitude of this Hong Kong pair.
Yeah, me too, and I just checked because I was curious as to whether we're going to see them on the top tier of the World Tour tournaments, and turns out they're entered into the Singapore Open, the Super 750 that is in a month's time. So not the Indonesia, I suspect they're entered into Malaysia and perhaps Thailand Open as well. So
yeah,
so they're going to make their way onto the World Tour, and I think that's a good thing, because they have some interesting skills, and I think it's important that the depth in the women's doubles is maintained.
Yeah. Powering her way through. Yes, and also the more diversity in the women's doubles too, yes, because China, Japan and Korea are the three outstanding nations in women's doubles.
And we know that Hong Kong, they have Jung and Jung, who's a relatively strong pair, and if they now have competitors at home, practice partners and so on, that could develop. And I can easily see or think of pairs playing Super 750s and Super 1000 that this pair will be able to challenge right away. Very spectator-friendly playing style as well.
the willingness to be aggressive,
yes.
and and adventurous play.
Yes.
It's why the fans love Pearly Tan and Tina Muralithran.
Exactly.
Not quite sure what's happening with the Indonesian women's doubles pairs now.
No, that's a little bit in the dark. Switching it around a little bit, and there's some injuries.
I understand that Rahayu and Ramadanti are not going to be playing together in the foreseeable future. Have you heard that?
I've heard it, but then I saw they were injured. Was it the All England they played?
That's right. I'm not sure that Rahayu, the former Olympic champion, has really recovered from her knee injury.
I agree.
I think it was much more serious than people realised.
Yeah.
Service over. 5-1.
Service fault called.
Service over.
Too high. Hold of the shuttle must be struck below 1.15 metre mark.
Out. Service over. 7-2.
Short.
Unsighted.
Doesn't want to make the call.
No, and Ciappini, he shied away from that one.
You'd never get me in that umpire's chair, you know.
No. Me neither. They're very small. Small, narrow seats.
Here we go.
Oh, it was good.
It was good. Oh, it stayed her side. That was millimetres away from going over. Super. And I love that movement back in court and the leap backwards to play the jump smash there from Tang Ning. Wonderful. Brilliant, brilliant. Oh, I don't believe it. What a rally. Super. Absolutely fabulous. Even tell Xiamen has to smile at that.
10.
She played that one off the floor. Almost played a winner with it too. What a wonderful rally.
3, 10.
Yeah, that's good again. And it means that Liu Shengshu and Tang Ning go to the mid-game interval with an 8-point advantage, having already won the opening game.
Good one, 20 seconds. Good one, 20 seconds. Good. Right. Play.
So a game and 11-3 up. China in the form of Liu Shengshu and Tang Ning. Wow, that was great play from Fenghuang.
4, 11.
She won a couple of titles, you know, with Xiamen, who we saw in the mixed doubles.
Is she?
Including the Chinese Taipei Super 300 events.
Where she won 2 events.
Yeah.
Often end up in situations where they search for the attack so much and so long that they end up having to lift in a very, very bad position, which means the lift becomes inaccurate and puts them in a very, very difficult defensive spot, Louis and Zhang.
Oh, it's landed in.
Right. There's an excuse there from Tang Ning. She was asking her partner to leave it. It's important for Louis and Zhang to get these good rallies, to get these video snippets that they can watch, that they can learn from, and that this is how it should look. We should be stronger. Our defense should improve. We should also learn to make decisions in this kind of speed that we're playing here, but there's some signs that we can do it.
Yeah, definitely.
Length there. It's too short.
So is that.
Yeah, and look at the big swing in defense where the arm is moving a lot.
Missed it.
9點，等下跳7，即係9點啊跳。
It's an experienced coaching team he's about to build in Hong Kong. Wang Chonghan, Tan Bin Chen there been with the Malaysian men's doubles, and Jeremy Gan with the Japanese mixed doubles. They've been there in the later stages of the bigger tournaments before.
14,
I think that's important.
7.
Didn't get it all the way across, Louis. It's the next one here. That should go all the way across.
And more of an acute angle?
Yes.
Yeah.
That would have limited the replies from Liu.
Oh, yes.
16-7.
Yeah, it's not just the skills, it's the awareness to know where to play the shuttle. Yeah.
17-7. Out.
Oh, that's well left. Oh, there's a
China
challenge.
challenges called out.
Well, the umpire made that call.
Silent communication with the service judge. Was I right? Do you think?
I think he was right. Yeah, he was right.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining. Service over. 8-17. Play. Service over. 18.
Needs a shorter swing of the racket, not on defence, but there at the net as well.
In all aspects of the game, and also sort of like if the defense gets better, then you get more willing to just block the shot and play to a 50-50 in a rally instead of always going for the attack.
But I mean, technically, yes, they can be improved upon, but what I like is the instinctiveness of the two Hong Kong players. They're willing to try and intercept and hunt the shuttle, and I really like that. Oh, that's absolutely delightful. What a lovely way to bring up match point opportunities. Yeah, now you see how she stepped in there. Yeah, and a nice block as well. Look. Absolutely unbelievable! What a rally! What great fighting spirit from the Hong Kong pair. Well, I hope we see a lot more of them. Hu Shengshu and Tang Ning, as far as the scoreboard is concerned, were comfortable winners, but we had some fabulous rallies. 21-10, 21-8 in just under 40 minutes. That scoreline didn't really reflect some of the wonderful rallies. That was absolutely brilliant. How on earth did she get that back? Fenghuang. It was a little moment of magic, but in the end to no avail. And they're even smiling. Look at that.
Yeah.
Isn't that terrific? Look, they're still smiling. Well, they've enjoyed themselves and we've enjoyed watching them too. Up against the best women's doubles pair in the world. 21-10, 21-8, the Olympic silver medalists coming through Hu Shengshu and Tang Ning. 2 straight games. So just one more match to come in this Group A tie, and it's the men's doubles. So just one more match in this Group A tie. China lead Hong Kong China by 4-love at the moment. And the men's doubles up next features the former world number ones, Liang Weikeng and Wang Chang, the Olympic silver medalists, up against Wang Pei-chun and Louis Chun-Wai. Players led out by Liang Weikeng. He and partner Wang Chang lost the Olympic final to Li Yang and Wang Qilin of Chinese Taipei. Well, Hung Hui-chun is the taller of the two Hong Kong players. And interestingly, Hung Hui-chun was actually born in Chinese Taipei. And this a first meeting between these two pairs.
And we have the toss, Hong Kong, China, red or black? Black and red for you. It's black. Receive, who will receive? You receive. Serve. One serves, which side?
So the Hong Kong pair won the toss of the coin, and they've chosen to receive. Liang Wei-kang, 24 years of age, from Guangdong province in the south of China. He and his partner currently number 3 on the world rankings, although they did spend a total of 44 weeks across 3 different spells as world number 1s. They played one group match in the campaign 2 years ago, and they were selected for the quarter-final and the final, but those men's doubles matches were not contested. Wang Chang is 23 years of age, and 180 equates to 5'11". He's from Ningbo in Xinjiang province on the east coast of China. And that, of course, is where the Asian Championships were held in Ningbo. Hung Kui-chun, as I was telling you, is the taller of the 2 players representing Hong Kong. He was born in Taichung, and he is a tall athlete. 181, is just over 5'11". Now, he played in yesterday's match against Thailand, but played with Luo Chiok Kim, who I believe is a left-hander. Lui Chunwai is 24 years of age, and he was indeed born in Hong Kong. 167, so he's considerably shorter than his partner. Played 3 tournaments so far this year together, the Hong Kong pair, and lost in the first round of those 3 individual tournaments. Thailand Masters, China Masters 100 events, and the Asia Championships as well. So Henrik Boas of Denmark is our umpire for this one, and Latif Johari from Indonesia, the service judge. The Hong Kong pair only formed their partnership in June of 2023, but they only played 3 tournaments that year and only 6 tournaments last year. So only 12 tournaments, individual tournaments together as a pairing. So,
ladies and gentlemen, on my right, China represented by Liang Wei-ken and Wang Chang. And on my left, Hong Kong, China, represented by Hong Kyu-chung and Yu Chung-wei. China to serve, Wang Chang to Hong Kyu-chung. Love all. Play.
So China, represented by the Olympic silver medalist nearest to us, Liang Wei-kang and Wang Chang.
Service over. 1 love.
Hong Kong pair, Hung Kui-chun and Lui Chunwai. Oh, that's a super shot. Have you seen this Hong Kong pair before, Steen?
Not live, but on video, and I was just about to say that he's not really a hard hitter, this man here, Lui Chunwai, but placement is magnificent.
Serves over. 1, 2.
Yeah, I think perhaps both of them lacks a little bit of attacking power, but just like the women's double, very agile and wants to try and move forward, play the flat game.
Serves over.
Well, I'm going to be interested to see how the Olympic silver medalists play, because I think since losing that Olympic final, they've lost their focus a little bit and lost their way.
I think so too. But the interesting thing is that, contrary to the mixed doubles, who was split and is still split in the Singapore Super 750 and the Indonesia Super 1000, this pair here is entered into those two tournaments together. So the split was apparently very, very short. The one from, was it Swiss Open, where I think it was only one of them who actually ended up playing with a different partner, Fenghuang and Liu or something like that.
Serves over.
Yeah, I think it was Fenghuang.
4-4. Serves over. 5-4.
One of the things that I seem to recall we discussed is that Yang Wei-kung doesn't look to be in the same good physical shape he was at the Olympics.
No, he lost. Well, there's varying reports between 5 and 10 kilos in preparation for the first of all Thomas Cup and then the Olympic Games. Wow.
That's a pity. Open space there.
6-5.
Spotted it, but couldn't control the shots.
Representing Chinese Taipei versus Subotikova, Suzanova representing Czechia.
Wow.
7-5. Serves over.
So the run of points stops at 4-8.
Serves over. 9-6. Serves over.
I'd love to know what the longest rally is so far.
It's not that much.
No, not at all.
Good play. Quick with his racket, Liu Chunhua.
8-9.
Not Liu, Louis.
Louis, yeah. Sort of rally from Wang Chang that we know and love.
Wipe the court, please.
He's a very good front court player.
Wipe the court, please.
Fantastic. Very, very rarely when he gets in on the net in reasonable balance, you're able to get it away from him again.
Thank you.
It would be interesting to know whether Fenghuang, who's sitting with the Chinese team, whether he has some sort of mentoring role or something. I would think he could perhaps mentor Yang Wei-kong. I think they have a little bit of the same roles as he had when he played with Chai Yun.
Yeah.
The hard-hitting backcourt player.
Yeah, good point.
Both of them from the Guangdong province.
Yeah. Well played. Li Chunwei.
9-10.
Jamming attacking shots on Wang Chang.
Shots.
Service over. 11.
So to the mid-game interval.
Interval.
And it's a 2-point advantage for China.
Hot 1, 20 seconds. Hot 1, 20 seconds. Sorry. 11, 9. Play.
So 11-9 as play resumes. The advantage with China. Oh, that's a great shot from Wang Chang.
12, 9.
About the big powerful smash scene.
Yeah.
Prime
13, 9.
They got to be careful now, Lui and Hung.
What, you feel that?
Otherwise, Liang and Wang is running away with it.
Yeah, they're certainly piling on the pressure, aren't
15, 9.
4 super quick points.
Service fault called on Liang Wei-kang.
Service over. 10, 15. Change.
Say be careful. I think it has to do with trying to get the shuttle below the tape and take your time in between the rallies so you're absolutely ready for flat game exchanges. That's well done.
11, 15.
Good defence.
Yeah.
Brilliant. That's super from Han Hui-chun.
12, 15.
I like the initial crouch defence. Who did that remind you of? Certainly Yang.
Wow. Defense there. Good work. One of the things I've noticed is that
13-15.
I watched the Hong Kong women's doubles on video, and I watched this pair here on video, and both pairs are better live than the video I've seen, which is a couple of months old. So
Really?
that's comforting that there's progress to see.
Well, this pair, both these players still very young. Hung is only 21,
yeah,
and Louis is 24. Oh, lovely drop.
Serves over. 14-16. Hey. 15-16.
Six of the last 7 points to the Hong Kong pair.
Yeah. That's very well played.
And 6 of 7 points.
16 all. Hey, hey, oh. Serves over. 17-16.
Yeah, good smash, good placement again.
Serves over.
Chung right.
17 all.
Eight of 10 points. That's impressive.
Hey. 17. Hey. 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 Oh. Steps over. 18 all.
Oh, this is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. They've done well. The Hong Kong pair.
Done extremely well. From 9-15 adrift. That's way low.
Steps over. 19-18. Hey. Oh.
Decisive move from Wang Chung. 2 game point opportunities for China.
18. Hey. Okay.
Opening game 21-18 to Liang Wei Kang and Wang Chung for China.
21-18.
Oh my goodness me, they were made to work hard for that in the end. Only 15 minutes for that opening game.
是少放的，有时他就等他放好，说还排的，半场啊，有时，有时候你有时候这有时候半场，你看你要你抓一个第二个就快拿不到，
seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Second game. Love all. Play.
Hey, hey. Oh. So it was a tight opening game in the end. Liang Weikeng and Wang Cheng, the Olympic silver medalists, coming through 21-18.
One love.
Yeah, they were at 18 all, and then it's probably logic that when you feel that you have a chance to win the first game against such a strong pair as Liang and Wang, you get a little bit extra tensed and slips away. But if I were the Chinese, I would not be satisfied here. I think they need to improve their consistency, Liang Weikeng and Wang Cheng. Because I suspect that they're shooting for bigger goals than just winning this match here. Being a force in this tournament, World Championships, bettering the Olympic silver medal and so on. And I just feel that they lack consistency. Suddenly points slip away from them, and I think it could become costly. We've seen the emergence of many strong Korean players that definitely has consistency. Now we saw Aaron Cha Soo-yik winning the Asia Championship and whitewashing Liang and Wang. So I think they really need to work on their consistency and play every rally with maximum focus.
I would describe everything you've said as more intensity throughout the entirety of the match.
Yeah, perhaps that's the better word. We saw it yesterday with the Danes, Kim Astrup and Anders Rasmussen. They were much better than their opponents, but they didn't give away one single unnecessary point.
No.
And that's the way to do it, because if you do that day in, day out, then you raise your level and you reduce the sort of casual points that are slipping away when it matters most.
Yeah.
Four, three.
Good coverage.
That's over.
I think one of the other things, just following up on your point, Steen,
6,
they've lacked consistency and intensity in the big tournaments, I think, since the loss in the Olympic final. Because they lost second round of the Malaysian Open, where they were defending champions. They lost first round of the All England, the two Super 1000s we've had so far.
And I'm willing to give them a little bit due to Olympic blues, but now it's almost been a year, so we got to move on.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to decide what you want, whether you want this partnership.
Yes.
And then if you do, you need to give 100%.
Yeah.
6-all.
Nice.
Service over. 7-6. Service over.
That's a big missed opportunity.
7-all.
Oh, good serve. Lovely serve. The skies flick.
8-7.
Played to perfection.
He looked back. Louis looked back to see what his partner was doing, whether he was playing it or not.
7.
Can't afford that loose orientation.
Serves over. 8-9.
That's an easy point for Hung and Louis. Super easy point.
He's the player that makes the difference in the partnership.
10.
Wang Chung.
Wide. Oi. I think he was going to play it if his partner hadn't shouted at him.
9.
That's
10.
wild.
Serves over. 11-9 interval.
So it is the former world number ones who have the advantage at the mid-game interval. But it's definitely tight enough that this could certainly go a full distance.
他就跟着球对球，就挡他前面，他有什么球没有球啊？然后我们只要是我们球上手的时候，我们球两上来在网口，他球往上兜的时候，我们就绝对只能有球。像很多球是我们球有点长，有点平手，人家家里打我们，这样相似的手并不占有。
他说刚才跟你讲打一样的时候，他可以往上一个线上来，所以是你这一场的他争气。
Hot 1, 20 seconds.
做好了接台进一个压力进，他会在当面进不了。
It's going wide.
What a great idea.
Yeah.
12-10. Serves over. 11-12. foul call.
Service foul called.
Service over.
Too
13,
high.
11.
Impossible for us to tell from here.
Yeah.
That's over. 12, 13. That's over. 14, 12.
You know, sport's a funny thing, isn't it, Steen? Because so much depends on confidence, but also, you know, when players or pairs suddenly start to lose an occasional match, the aura of almost invincibility that they have, all of a sudden, other players and pairs start believing they can beat them.
Believe they can beat them.
And I think that's a bit of a problem with the Chinese combination, because they did have an aura of invincibility. That they could win matches like this, you know, with ease. Yeah. But they no longer have that sort of aura, I think is the best word to describe it.
15,
and I think that's exactly the case. I mean, other nations hoping to challenge China for the gold here, they will look at this match and say, okay, we've got a chance in the men's double.
Exactly.
And
over.
Then you need to find 2 more matches. That's difficult, but there's some nations that has a chance in women's singles as well.
Yeah.
Then you're only 1 match or 1 twisted ankle away from winning.
Yeah, well, heaven forbid, we don't want that to happen.
No.
But I mean, my goodness. Yeah, well, he points up towards the lights.
16, 14.
Obviously, lost sight of the shuttle.
It also looked like he tried a really, really technically difficult shot.
Yeah, reverse slice.
Service over. 15, 16.
Well, he's been faulted once. He's now made a service error.
Excellent catch by Wang Chung.
17, 15.
Oh, that's just delightful. Did you see how he just held that to the last moment?
15.
Three-point advantage and 3 points away from a 5-love win within this tie.
16, 18.
Good play.
Super.
Service over. 19, 16.
Point opportunities for China.
20, 18, match point 16.
Oh, that's good placement of the smash.
17, 20.
Score fault.
18, 20.
He waited patiently, Wang Chang.
He did, but he took the shuttle before it crossed over the net. Ooh. I'm not so sure. I told you I wouldn't want to be in an umpire's chair.
No.
Okay.
Third time of asking. And 21-18, 21-18, the margin of the victory for the former world number ones, Liang Weikang and Wang Chang. Now that was an entertaining men's doubles.
Won by China, 21-18, 21-18.
Well, we can't have had many long rallies. That was only 32 minutes. Photographers wanting their picture. Job done as far as China are concerned. This the third match point opportunity. Yeah, got lost in the lights again. Well, I hope we see more of this Hong Kong men's doubles pair as well. Said that about the women's doubles pair. But there is confirmation that Liang Weikang and Wang Chang have won the fifth match of the tie. 21-18, 21-18. Just 32 minutes. So that concludes this Group A tie and a 5-love victory for China. It all started extremely well for the former world number ones, Feng and Huang. Great to see them playing well again, and the same can be said for Chen Yufei, playing beautifully today and won her match in under 30 minutes. Xi Yuqi against Li Chuk-yu, we thought that would be a close match because Li had won the last encounter, but Xi Yuqi coming through safely in the end. Lu Shengshu and Tang Ning, the Olympic silver medalists, well, they showed their class against their opponents today. And again, Olympic silver medalists Liang and Wang showing they were just too good for the Hong Kong pair. But a lot to be looked forward to, I think, with some of the Hong Kong players that we haven't really seen before. They put up a very good showing today, and I hope we see a lot more of them in the future. But that's it for today and this Group A tie. Of course, we will be back tomorrow. There's 2 sessions tomorrow. The first at 09:30 local time. That's a Group C match, Japan against France. And then Steen and I will be back at 5 p.m. local time. Group D encounter with the former champions Indonesia against India. So until tomorrow, from all of us here, bye for now.